All right, Sherry, you can hear me.
Hey, Garrett, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. We're good.
probably pretty busy now. College. He's on the college board.
Ken Barr.
Yeah.
I was saying Tim, not Ken has already got it on. Tim Carter.
Oh, yeah.
Tim. As in
Tim Carter. Okay. You told me he wanted to know.
yeah, and I'm gonna.
Do you still want to know?
I think I'm gonna talk about that.
We're good. We can see. You know, it can't stay up here. I enjoyed visiting with your scholars this morning. They are always a ray of sunshine.
Oh well, we'll do it. We'll do it later, you know?
Okay, y'all may want to do whatever you want to do with your green button. Gary, go ahead and hit your. Clerk will call the roll.
Glenn Whitley, County Judge.
Here.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1.
Present.
Devin Allen, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Gary Fickus, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
J.D. Johnson, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes a quorum.
Thank you. Our invocation today will be delivered by Senior Leader Stephen Springer from the Global Presence Ministry in Keller. Thank you for coming out today. After the invocation, please remain standing for our pledges.
Thank you, Your Honor, and it's an honor to be here today in this courtroom and as well as before the majestic courts of heaven. I just want to read a few passages of Scripture and then we'll pray and then bless you in this day. This is from Psalms 106, verse 3. It says, "Blessed are those who keep justice and who does righteousness at all times." From Psalm 33, verse 5. "God loves righteousness and justice, and the earth is full of the goodness of the Lord." And one more scripture from Psalm 89, verse 14. "Your glorious throne rests upon the foundation of righteousness and just verdicts. Grace and truth are the attendants that go before you." So Lord, we just welcome your presence in this room today, in this courtroom. And God, we declare that your love and your grace would be in this place today. We welcome your presence. We welcome the Spirit of truth. And we say, God, would you come and rest upon each one in this room today? And we thank you, Lord, for the justice and righteousness that will go forth from this room and from each person that is here today, God. And we just say you are so welcome in the precious name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the Court, we have two agenda announcements this morning. The first one is under the Criminal District Attorney's Office. It'll be item D1. This is a consent item. We're going to remove that from consent, but we will consider it as we get to that in the agenda. We do have an audience participation form as it relates to that particular item. Also, members of the Court, under Public Health, item 10H3, This is concerning a subrecipient contract between Tarrant County and Safe City Commission. We're going to hold that for 1 week. The auditor's office has requested that. We will be considering that next week. Then finally, members of court, when it comes to the presentation by Mr. Tenasia, we are going to do that in its regular place on the briefing agenda this morning. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court members, do you have any announcements to make at this time?
I do have two brief announcements, thank you, Judge. The first is today is the last day to register to vote here in Texas. So you want to make sure to make your voice heard in this election. Of course, all of the statewide seats are up for election, and then there are a number of judicial seats here in Tarrant County, as well as an opportunity for Tarrant County voters to hire 3 court members, including my seat here in Precinct 2. So, of course, no election is insignificant, and I just wanted to give that reminder. Make sure that you're registered to vote, and then also if you are registered, just double check your voter registration status. Make sure everything's good on that front. And then the second thing that I wanted to announce, and this is certainly is October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and 85% of women who are affected by breast cancer actually have no family history of it. So it's really important that you take the opportunities to get screened if you are eligible to. We will be hosting a mobile mammography event at our Arlington Subcourthouse the end of this month on Friday, October 28th. We will be posting some information on social for that. It does require registration and also a short list of kind of requirements, but that is Friday, October 28th at our Arlington Subcourthouse starting at 8:30 in the morning. And that is all I have, Judge.
And I would just add to the voters registration, this being the last day, that you can register up until 7 o'clock tonight out at our elections. So if you have not had a chance to register, please do so. Voting is so very important. And so I would encourage you again that if you haven't registered, please, you can go out until 7 p.m. this evening at our elections department on Premier Street. I know how to drive there, but I'm not sometimes.
Off 28.
Off 28th, that's correct. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes, sir. I've got two items on the proclamations and resolutions list. The first is a congratulatory resolution for the 25th anniversary of Pathfinders. Now, Pathfinders is one of the usual suspects. They're one of those agencies that always shows up when a call goes out for help from the nonprofit community. We can always count on Pathfinders. We have counted on them for the past 25 years. And that's why I want to present them with this resolution. And it reads, whereas Pathfinders provides mentoring and financial coaching to help eliminate poverty and move families to self-sufficiency. And whereas originally named Tarrant County Family Pathfinders, the organization was incorporated as Pathfinders of Tarrant County, Inc., a 501c3 organization, later doing business as Pathfinders. And whereas established in 1997, Pathfinders was formed with the goal of enlisting community support for welfare reform efforts by partnering with faith and civic groups to match volunteer mentors with families on their journey to self-sufficiency. And whereas Pathfinders is a recognized leader in adult mentoring and financial capability
and has received recognitions that include a best practice by the Urban Partnership Initiatives of the Department of Health and Human Services, top-rated nonprofit designation from Great Nonprofits, Platinum Star Charity through GuideStar, a CNM certified organization, top nonprofit organization in Tarrant County, and designated a best place for working parents in Fort Worth in 2020, 2021, and 2022. And whereas in 2021, Pathfinders served 1,121 individuals through self-sufficiency programming, which includes adult mentoring, financial capability, and veteran services, and distributed $266,000 in emergency assistance, keeping 143 families housed, preventing homelessness, demonstrating the organization's great impact to its clients and the community. In 2021, 69 volunteers served 1,135 hours, further amplifying Pathfinder's mission. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby congratulate Pathfinders on its 25th anniversary and for its continued commitment to its clients and the Tarrant County community. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 11th day of October 2022. With that, Your Honor, I move approval.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We have with us today a cast of thousands from Pathfinders, including the director of Pathfinders, Ms. Catherine Arnold. Catherine, would you meet me at the podium, please?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for having us here today and recognizing our 25th anniversary. It is just such an exciting day for us and such an exciting month. There's so many people I want to thank. I'm going to start with you, Commissioner Brooks. You have been such a good friend to Pathfinders since the beginning, and we're just so grateful for your support and for your guidance on our advisory council. We appreciate you so much. And to the entire court, you all have been such good friends to Pathfinders. Over the last many years, we've worked together to bring services to the Tarrant County community to help eliminate poverty and move families to economic stability. So we're so grateful for your partnership. I want to thank the whole staff, most of whom are here today, and we couldn't do this work without them. We've got a couple board members, Margaret Russell and John Snyder, and one of our partners, Terry Rios from the Women's Center, who we do a lot of work with. So thank you all for being here today, and thank you so much for honoring us.
And you forgot your board member.
Oh, thank you so much. I totally did. Jeanette Martinez, who is a relatively new board member, and she is the reason, well, not the only reason, but she's in recognizing us today. Jeanette, we're so happy that you're on the board. Thank you so much. Thanks, everybody.
Commissioner Brooks, I believe you have another proclamation.
Yes, Your Honor. It is also Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And we've got a number of people here to help receive this proclamation. And it reads, whereas the mission of Tarrant County Council on Family Violence is to develop and promote a comprehensive and effective community effort to reduce family violence and domestic violence homicides in Tarrant County. And whereas domestic violence violates an individual's privacy, dignity, security, and humanity due to the systematic use of physical, emotional, verbal, and/or sexual control and abuse. And whereas domestic violence programs, professionals and advocates of nonviolence have joined together with the Tarrant County Council on Family Violence to provide the citizens of Tarrant County and the state of Texas with information on domestic violence. And whereas Domestic Violence Awareness Month provides an excellent opportunity for citizens to learn more about preventing domestic violence and to show support for the numerous individuals and organizations who provide critical advocacy, services, and assistance to victims. And whereas 1 in every 3 women and 1 in every 7 men will experience domestic violence during their lifetime, and 1 in every 15 children are exposed to intimate partner violence in the home each year. And whereas only a community effort with the support of leadership will help stop the culture of violence by providing education and outreach activities to allow the community to become more aware of available resources which promote a zero tolerance for violence. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby proclaim the month of October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Tarrant County and urge all citizens to actively participate in scheduled activities and programs working towards the elimination of domestic violence. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 11th day of October, 2022. And with that, Your Honor, I move approval of this proclamation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
And we've got many people here this morning to receive this proclamation, including executive members of the Tarrant Council on Family Violence, Michelle Morgan, Rachel Ariano, Stephanie Thompson, and everybody else who is here. Stand up.
Sharon needs to be down here too because of her.
Sharon, with the Domestic Violence Unit of the Criminal District Attorney's Office. And we've also got former Mayor Kenneth Shetter and Felipe Gutierrez of One Safe Place.
And then I know Rachel from my office is on the board at Safe Haven. So we've got Safe Haven, and we got a bunch of organizations who are dedicated to doing everything they can to stop domestic violence, and we appreciate all of them very much.
Commissioners, Judge, thank you so much. Every October, we're here as a constant reminder for our community about domestic violence, but I do have one brag moment this year. Ken and I, on our journey to build a family justice center, has 24 agencies. We are one of the world's largest family justice centers across the country. People come every year to come see what we've done, and we have 24 partner agencies today that still provide services on site. But even with that, what's even better about the council and the work that the council does, it's its even bigger framework than what we did all those years ago at the Family Justice Center. Over 23 years ago, I started as a victim advocate. It was introduced to the council, which totally predates me, and I'm totally aging myself at this point. But the work that the council has done, honestly, I wouldn't be in the position that I am today without the council's work. We faltered a little bit in COVID, as many other grassroots coalitions have, but we're back strong. And what I love about the framework is that there's over 50 agencies that come together that are really examining what best practices are that's across the country, bringing those practices to Tarrant County, and then really looking at case studies and what are our gaps, and really, really committed to the work to be able to impact domestic violence in our community. And I also think a testament to you all is the fact that 2 of your staff are on the executive committee of the Tarrant County Council on Family Violence. And I think that just really speaks to all of your dedication to this issue, and it's greatly appreciated. And thank you all for your service.
Thank you.
The other member of our staff is Stephanie Thompson, who is a member of my staff and serves on the board. Go for it, Mayor.
Well, I have 2 points. One is there are a lot of people, I think, that may not think domestic violence affects them, that it's something that impacts other people and other people's houses. And I would just make the point that domestic violence is, in most of our communities, if not the largest, one of the largest categories of violent crime that's committed year after year. It also is tied to almost all violent crime. Men who would perpetrate violence against their wives and their girlfriends, their partners, are not just a danger to their intimate partner, they're a danger to the community. And our prisons are full of violent offenders who grew up in homes where there was domestic violence. So when we do something about domestic violence, when we invest in domestic violence intervention and prevention, we're making the community safer for all of us. And then secondly, I just want to thank you all. Thank you, Commissioner Brooks, for bringing this proclamation. And thank you all for your steadfast support over many, many years, not only for One Safe Place, but for multiple agencies, and for the District Attorney's Office, who has increased their efforts to fight domestic violence. Y'all have really stepped it up. And so we just want to honor all of you for that long-term commitment, which isn't present in every county across America. And as 3 of you are ending your service, at least in this capacity, to the county, Commissioner Allen, Commissioner Johnson, and Judge Whitley, we thank you for your consistent and long-time support for all of the agencies that are working to make our county safer. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Allen.
Thank you, Judge. Well, I'm so excited to have an amazing group of students join us here today. This isn't the first year that we've had Richard Green scholars visiting our court, but we do have this year's cohort with us. And so for those of you unfamiliar with the Richard Green Scholarship Program, it's each year a student who is completing their junior year at each of the 6 Arlington ISD high schools is selected to receive a $10,000 scholarship to help with college costs. And during the recipient's senior year, he or she rotates through an internship every 6 weeks at different county service and local government entities. And so we have 6 scholars that have joined us here today to observe our Commissioners Court meeting. So I would like for us all to be on our best behavior and a great example to them. I'm not going to look in either direction or name any names.
She's not going to look at you.
But first, I want to recognize the Richard Green Scholar Program Coordinator. She's Miss Alice Monroe. She leads 4 different programs at the Dan Diaper Career Tech Center. Her culinary students actually just catered a community event that we had actually last week. So she's over their hospitality, tourism, and human services programs, as well as the Richard Green Scholar Program. And so I want to recognize Miss Monroe, if you'll stand, please. And so earlier this morning, I had the opportunity to meet the scholars in person. Previously, we met via Zoom and had a great conversation. And they are such an impressive group of students. All of them are either in single-digit rank in the top of their class or in the top 5%. And so they are not just great students, but they are also musicians and athletes and give back to their community. So I want to recognize each one individually. I've already given them a heads up that I am going to ask them to stand so we can clap and embarrass them. And they've agreed to that. I will present them with certificates, and then they're going to come up here to have a picture with us as the court. Actually, I'm going to come down there to present the certificates. And I'll go ahead and move that we receive and file these certificates.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so the first up I have is Brett Helsher. He is from Arlington High School.
Come on down, come on down.
Come on, Brett.
Now, wait a minute, how come she only did one flash?
Oh. Okay. Next is Cindy Liu. She is a student at Bowie High School.
Come on over here. Make room for everybody.
Next we have Emily Bouchel. She is from Lamar High School. Then we have Zoe Jackson from Martin High School. Then we have Maite Marin. She is from Sam Houston High School. And then last, certainly not least, we have Alexis Chukwineri from Seguin High School. Oh, yes, please.
No, you're going to be right in here.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Allen.
Oh, yes, I do have a resolution recognizing the U.S. Pan-Asian American Chamber of Commerce, the Southwest. I will be presenting this tomorrow, so I won't read this in its entirety, but I do just want to recognize Grace McDermott, the president of this chamber, as well as the chamber membership for the thoughtful work that they do in the community. Grace and I have had multiple conversations since our work to assist businesses recover from COVID, and in particular, businesses in the Asian community that have had to overcome the barrier of increased hate and discrimination and violence. So as we are thinking about businesses and our support for them, we should certainly keep in mind the businesses who continue to struggle. And of course, no person, certainly no business, should be fearful to operate, and no one should be fearful of caring for their families because they're afraid of receiving discrimination and certainly not violence. So I'll be presenting that tomorrow, and with that, I move for approval. Yes,
Second.
approval. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Now, we've got great folks, we've got great departments, we've got, people who think out of the box, and several of our departments have been recognized by the Texas Association of Counties. Rita, come on down, and we're going to make presentations to them and kind of outline some of what they've been doing over the last year or so.
Thank you. Rita Coaches. I'm a County Relations Officer for the Texas Association of Counties for the North and East Territory. On behalf of our Executive Director, Susan Redford, and the TAC staff, we want to thank Tarrant County, first of all, for your participation in the Texas Association of Counties, for your leadership and ongoing support of our state association. At this time, the overall arching purpose of this is to present County Best Practices Awards. County Best Practices Awards are to recognize departments and projects, that have come up with or recognized a problem or an issue within the county, identified a solution, and also developed a roadmap that can be followed by other counties to duplicate that same process. So we are going to begin today. I have learned in the last few days that Commissioner Fickus has a real heart for seniors in our community, or in this community, and hopefully it will spread to other communities as well. They identified a response for the needs of seniors. He and his staff developed an opportunity not only for social interaction in the midst of a pandemic, but also an avenue to acknowledge the values of our senior population. And with that came an added benefit of the opportunity to acknowledge first responders and healthcare providers through the Northeast Tarrant County Senior Rock Program. It's an easy to reproduce program that can be followed in any county of any size. I've had the opportunity to meet with Commissioner Fickus and his staff, and also some of the participants of that program. And so it is my pleasure to present a 2022 County Best Practices Award to Commissioner Fickus for the Northeast Tarrant County Senior Rock Program.
So then, they gave us the rocks, though.
Why don't we get all the seniors that are here today?
Yeah, we've got a group of them. We're going to recognize them.
But they can't throw rocks. got a group of seniors who are here. Why don't y'all stand? And do we want them to come on? Yes. Yeah. Also, I want to introduce Teresa Parsons, who is our coordinator. She's our community outreach coordinator, and she is the kind of brainchild behind this and has been working with our group of seniors, which has been about 25 total. And so we really, this has worked out to be a great program, not only for the people who are receiving these little rocks with good messages on them, and we were giving them to healthcare providers at the 3 major hospitals in our area. We're also looking at also doing the same thing with our police and firefighters, first responders, MedStar, and so we've really, it's become a group of people who come together about once a month, and they really seem to enjoy what they're doing. Because they keep showing up.
Has Tarrant cares.
Maybe it's not me, I don't know. But thank y'all, thank you. We won this because of what you did, okay? So, we appreciate it.
Come on. Today, we've actually touched close to 2,000 lives of these by the end of this year.
Go ahead, okay. And they gave each one of us a rock, and I mean, you got some extremely talented folks.
These are beautiful.
These are absolutely gorgeous.
Today.
Yeah, they made each one of us a rock, as you saw. And not only that, but they've got on here evidence of programs that have been very near and dear to all of our hearts for each one of us individually. For example, mine has Tarrant Cares.
And mine,
that's something.
I'm sorry. Mine has Women's Health.
And mine has Healthy Lives Matter, which is the health disparities programs that I run in the community. Y'all are amazing artists.
Yes, thank y'all very,
so
very
much.
much. We also have from our office Ariana Reitz, who's here with us.
Nice. Hi, Ariana.
Thank you. She's been very involved also, along with Teresa.
Should I go this side?
Congratulations.
No one's allowed to say.
Apparently, Tarrant County is richly blessed with talent and some real out-of-the-box thinkers, as the judge said. So we also want to recognize the Office of Criminal District Attorney of Tarrant County, Sharon Wilson, for 2 different programs. The first is called Prosecutors in High School. which is turned out to be the alteration of a similar adult program, I understand. But they utilize the technology that we all seem to discover during the pandemic to solidify and expand some educational opportunities for programs to high school students. As far as duplicating the program, we've already seen it duplicated within the department here locally when they grew the program to add additional school campuses, and then further saw it duplicated because they've already altered to allow DA staff the opportunity to present the program through the Boys and Girls Club. So at this time, we would like to recognize your Criminal District Attorney, Sharon Wilson, with the 2022 County Best Practices Award for prosecutors in high school.
Yes, I know I'm close. Perfect.
Okay, I want to recognize Matthew Jackson. He's an assistant criminal district attorney with our office, and he actually just got an award for A&M University where he went to law school because he's a rising star, but we knew that already. And Shannon Fletcher, who's the chief of staff for our office, because they're really the movers behind this whole idea in this program, so thank you all for that.
Again, we would like to recognize the Office of the Criminal District Attorney for their program, Prosecution of Adult Sexual Assaults. Ideally, the programs that are identified also include some collaboration, and this particular program seemed to have a lot of, that really stood out. The collaboration within the DA's office, first of all, then with Commissioner's Court for approval and some funding, I understand, for a solution of creating an adult sexual assault team, but not just to handle prosecutions. The task was to find a better path to prosecution, to go to the beginning. I think I saw a reference in the application called vertical prosecution, which led to further collaboration with law enforcement, partner agencies, and advocacy groups. This particular program and the application that was submitted set out a diagram so that the program could be restructured, the entire process start to finish in other counties. They have already seen results in the midst of a pandemic, which is also encouraging and makes it even more doable for other entities. And as I said, set out a roadmap. So at this time, we'd like to present a 2022 County Best Practices Award to the Office of Criminal District Attorney Sharon Wilson for the prosecution of sexual assaults.
Okay, the team that's coming up here, this is Kim Davignon, she's the chief of the adult sexual assault team, Amy Allen, Stephanie Simpson, investigator Chris Lachance. And they have done an amazing job because we had a real need. We didn't know we had a need until we met with the people from Women's Center, who are actually, for the last 40 years, have been a group that goes out every time there's an adult rape in Tarrant County and do the rape crisis. And in looking at their numbers, we realized what a problem we had. And Kim now, they, of course, that we've got the program running, they analyze that data all the time, and we have found serial rapists, cold cases. It is an amazing change that they've already made in Tarrant County. So thank you all for that great work.
technology in this day and age. And so this next project that we would like to recognize in the office of County Clerk Mary Louise Nicholson took advantage of what seemed to be our growing knowledge of technical opportunities during the pandemic to solicit public input and to identify staff service opportunities within her office. By the use of QR codes at each station, it allowed the elected official as well as her management and leadership team to react to problems and, even more importantly, to acknowledge accomplishments. This program can easily be replicated in any other county because we know that QR codes are everywhere. We understand them, we realize what they're there for, and that can obviously be done in other counties. So at this time, we would like to acknowledge Mary Louise Nicholson, County Clerk, for the Tarrant County Customer Service Survey Quick Response Codes Project.
Say to the court, thank you for always giving us an opportunity to harness technology and work with information technologies. We started this in 2018. We're just a little late getting here. And we've improved this service in the fact that we understand we get a lot of positive comments, but you do get the ones where you have room for improvement. So this last run of new names and things, we decided to change the survey up a little, and we put our chief deputy on there. So if you really have a challenge in my office, then we give you an opportunity to email or send your phone number, and our Chief Deputy, Clinton Ludwig, will happily call you back so we can address those. So that was kind of a new twist this year, and I appreciate your support for the technology and how we harnessed it in 2018. Thank you.
Again, thank you for sharing your talents with TAC and with giving us the opportunity to share those across the state. I know that other counties are always grateful for that. There will be follow-up publicity, social media, recognizing these elected officials in their projects, as well as some follow-up articles in County Magazine, mentions in podcasts, and other opportunities to share this information across the state. Thank you.
And yes, let's go ahead and do that. I can't thank everyone enough for the way they go about always looking for better ways to serve the citizens of Tarrant County. I don't think we realize how much of a leader we are in not only the state but in the nation with regards to how we do things here. Just yesterday, I was meeting with someone from the YMCA regarding the ARPA funds, and they'd come in to thank us for what we'd been able to do for them in that. And they said, you know, basically, he said, I have attended conferences. I've been called to go to different states and say, how did y'all do this? How did you manage to get the county to, you know, give y'all money for certain things? And they just, you know, talked about how we collaborate, how we work with one another in trying to leverage and do things along that line. And that, I believe, is what everybody does as they're within Tarrant County. But I'm just going to tell you, it's not like this everywhere. And I couldn't be prouder of the elected officials here in Tarrant County, of the employees and the jobs they do at trying to figure out better ways that we can serve our citizens and do things which make maybe dealing with the government a little bit simpler, a little bit easier from that standpoint. Last week I also had an opportunity, Commissioner Fickus was there also, to attend the state convention for judges and commissioners. And then after that to go by TAC and see an open house that they had. Commissioner Johnson is a past president of not only West Texas, but of the Judges and Commissioners Association and of the Texas Association of Counties. And they're still pointing to things that he did in his term as president as we go forward. So again, I want to thank TAC for being here. Rita, thank you for being here today. And I want to thank everyone who received an award, because every bit of this is what I'd call second mile giving. You know, it's more, they could have just done their job. But what they did is they went that second mile to improve and continue to add additional services and do their jobs that much better. And so I want to thank Commissioner Fickus, Mary Louise, Sharon, for everything you've done for Tarrant County and the way you continue to look for ways to better serve our citizens and get the results for that. And with that, I'm going to move that we receive and file the awards presentation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson? He's having technical, we were told earlier he was having some technical, so he might be dropping on and then coming back. So we'll see what happens later on. But right now, let's just record the vote as 4-0. I don't worry about, because since we don't have him on screen. He's absent. He's absent right now. Okay. Before we move on to employee recognition, I am going to go back and see if I think we need to receive or approve the minutes of our regular meeting of September the 27th and also our special call meeting of September the 27th.
Move approval of both.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson? So we'll show him still absent, 4-0. And with that, it comes to my favorite time of the month, and that is our employee recognition. Again, what makes Tarrant County great are the folks that are sitting in this audience today celebrating 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and 35 years with the county. People come here, they think they're going to be here for a few years, and the next thing they know, they've been here for 10 or 15, and we've got them hooked at that point in time. And so and I see heads shaking back there, and I can tell you when I make my calls to the 25 plus, every one of them that I've talked with will say the time has flown by, and many of them will tell me, yeah, I expected to be here a couple of years, maybe 5, and then I was going to be moving on to find something else, and they just fell in love with the county. The family atmosphere, the way we treat folks, they just fell in love with it. So as I call your name in your particular group, stand and remain standing until I have completed that group. Now that's mostly for you rookies, your 5-year people. And the other thing I say to you 5-year people is I flunked phonetics. And so when you hear, if you hear something, if you know where you are in the alphabet, or if you hear something that may sound like your name, stand up. The worst that could happen is we have 2 people standing up at the same time. And we're going to, as I'm looking down this list, we're going to test it with the first name. Dayanara, are you here? And all of that effort, and that person is not here. And they work for the criminal district attorney. Would you go back and indict them for not being here? Oh, and I'm glad she's not here.
Congratulations,
Tell
sir.
her congratulations.
Yes.
Next is Monty Bilby. Okay, how do we pronounce? Is it Bilby or Bill B? Bill B. Okay. Information Technology. Jonathan Bishop, Medical Examiner's Office. Nancy Donald, Public Health. William Frick, Constable 7. Jenna Morrow, Domestic Relations Office. Roberto Munoz, Criminal Courts. Alexandra She just stood up, but is it Schauger? All right, criminal courts. Christopher Shockley, Domestic Relations Office. Thank y'all. Let's give these 5-year employees a hand. Y'all can sit down. Now for our 10-year employees, A.B. Aldridge III, Information Technology. Susan Cox, Information Technology. Courtney DeBose, Juvenile Services. Courtney. Irene Orenbrock, Precinct 1. Did I get close, Commissioner?
No.
Good.
It's Erkenbach.
Erkenbach. Tell her I wish she'd been here.
Yeah.
Emily Ford, Constable 6. There you go. Anthony Henderson, Sheriff's Office. Jessica Holloway, Public Health. Damon Hooper, Sheriff's Office. Matthew Jones, County Auditor. Christopher Kemp, Domestic Relations Office. Ray McGraw, Sheriff's Office. Jacqueline Miller, Sheriff's Office. Jessica Phillips, Precinct 1. Dennis Russell, Sheriff's Office. Kendrick Wiltz, Sheriff's Office. These are our 10-year employees. Let's give them a hand. Now for our 15-year employees, Lindsay Darnell, Tax Office. Christine Dooling, Criminal District Attorney's Office. Robert Floyd, Sheriff's Office. Anna Morella, Human Services. Myra Rhea, Sheriff's Office. Yeah, she's laughing. That means I didn't do too well on the first name. How did?
Okay, Maria.
Maria. Teresa Shelby, County Clerk. Lee Sorrells, Criminal District Attorney's Office. Robert Sparzo, Criminal Courts. Brian Thomas, County Clerk. And Johnny Womack, Sheriff's Office. These are our 15-year employees. Let's give them. Now for our 20-year employees, Christy Hendricks, Purchasing. Joshua Hornsby, Constable 4. Keisha Leatherman, Public Health. Melanie Van, Sheriff's Office. Is it Melanie? Yeah, I figured that. I knew that was one way or the other, and I figured I'd get it wrong. Tanya Weiss, District Clerk. Raquel Wittes, Sheriff's Office. Holly Ebar, Tax Office. These are our 20-year employees. Let's give them a hand. Now, for the 25 plus, I give them a call and talk with them, or try to give them a call and talk with them. We have 2 that I didn't get a hold of today, so if you're here, we're going to get to talk a little bit. The first is Gloria Banda, Public Health. Probably after I just made the statement, we're going to get to talk a little bit. Even if she's out here, she's not getting up. She's with Public Health in the Wick area and has been with us for 25 years. Next is Paula Killip. She's going to be here. Well, no, wait a minute. She wasn't going to be able to make it. She's on vacation this week, so she's not going to be able to be with us today. Next is, I think it's Thin Win with Public Health. He's another one that I was not able to get a hold of. And so he has 25 years with Public Health. Next is Jennifer help me, Polsica. Stand up. We're just going to, I'm not sure she's here. B. Rivas, Human Services. There's B. She started out, she's been with us for 25 years, started out in the city WIC, and then when we kind of put everything together, she came over and joined us. She started as an office clerk. She's now helping with rent and utility assistance, and I can tell you for sure the last 2 years have been pretty hectic, I would venture to guess. She said, I just absolutely love the family atmosphere that we have. And she said, you know, as a family, we have our ups and downs, and the staff have, you know, and everybody just kind of comes around those people who need the help and just the comfort and when they're down, and celebrate with them when they're up. B, thank you so much for the 25 years you've given Tarrant County. Next is Sharon Jones, Public Health. There she is. She's ready to go, you can tell. She is in health immunizations and been with us for 25 years. Sharon started, I think you said, at Charity Hospital in New Orleans, and with Katrina, she ended up moving and came to Tarrant County eventually, because I think you stopped at maybe Nashville? In Kentucky. Before she got to Tarrant County, and she started off with the TB immunization program and is now basically helping with health immunizations. Most memorable event, she said, she was really impressed by when COVID hit and they'd go out in their teams, everybody was flexible. It didn't make any difference what their job description said they were doing. They got in and did whatever was necessary to help with the team and to make things successful. She said, what I like most is the coworkers. They're great. They work so hard to be a team, and the opportunity to meet with people. The comment she made, she says, I feel like everybody needs to always keep learning. And while she's been with Tarrant County, she's gotten 2 degrees. She got a BA degree in health administration and then went on to get a master's. And she says, you know, I couldn't have done that without the county's help. We have a reimbursement program. And so she said that's been very helpful for her. Sharon, we want to thank you very much for your 25 years of service to us. Now, next is Howard Johnson, who's been with the Sheriff's Office for 30 years. There he goes. He started out as a booking clerk in the new corrections center, became a jailer. He said when he got his peace officers deal, he worked in the jail, and then he went to the midnight shift. He's been a peace officer for over 23 years. And now wait a minute, that was 23 years, and that would have been 5 years ago, so you've been a peace officer for over 28 years now, almost 30 years. He's been promoted to corporal. He ran the kitchen operations. He then was a detective, and he's working the auto task force. Throughout the process, I think he's kind of been focused on technology and doing a lot of stuff in that particular area. What he likes most is the people he's had a chance to work for. He said, the supervisors I've had have taught me a lot of life lessons. And they've kept pushing him to do better and pushing him. And they said they've left a lasting impression on him. he said basically over the 30 years, I've seen the county convert from paper to computers. The technology and the changes that we've made. He's used that technology in auto theft, and he says, I will tell you that with the new cars, with all the chips and this, that, and the other, it's made the auto theft task force more challenging because of what people can do, hackers, and they can get into the cars, the engine, the things that they steal. It's one side always trying to get a little bit ahead of the other side, and these guys are sticking up with them. He's beginning to kind of look for that retirement. After 30 years, the county retirement's beginning to look pretty good. And so we want to thank you, Howard, for the 30 years of service you've given to Tarrant County. Next is Jonathan Mata, CSCD. He's been with us for 30 years. Started in CSCD, has been in the County Criminal Court number 10 for the entire time. He began work with Judge Gilfeather, and he appointed him as the senior officer in his court. He said what I've liked most were the people and the supervisors that he's had a chance to work with. After Judge Gilfeather, I guess it was Judge Sorrells, and now that Judge Sorrells has left the bench, he's now getting a chance to break in Judge Lofton. And so we appreciate very much. He said, I'm grateful for every day that he's been with the county. He's one that said, I can't believe I've been here 30 years. It just, you can just think back and it just seems like yesterday that you were starting out. He said, I'm very grateful to have had a chance to work with the team and to work at Tarrant County. Jonathan, thank you very much for your 30 years of service. Next is Mark McDougall, 30 years. Now, he started off in the sheriff's office in the correction center. He's been in patrol and courts. He's served warrants. This past year, he moved to the courts. And I think he's he's got a plan, I would just say. He started off his memorable moments, and I've heard stories about this one before. His memorable moments are working midnights at the back door. Because you can just imagine what's coming in that back door after midnight. He had always said he'd wanted to be in warrants, and he spent a good amount of time there. When I asked him about anything else that he wanted me to mention, and this was 5 years ago, the first thing he said, I have the greatest family that a man could have. He tries to spend as much time as he could with them. At that time, his son, Matt, was 15. Now, he's got his wife with him. Stand up. She works for the county clerk and has been there for 28 years. Yeah, what's a year here or there? He's beginning to look at that retirement. That retirement bright light is getting closer. And I guess his son is now working for Peterbilt up in Denton County, I believe he said. And he said, I have enjoyed working with everyone I've had a chance to meet and to work with. We want to thank both of you for your service to Tarrant County, 30 and 27 years. Next is Laura Yanis, IT, 30 years. There she is. Started off in the county clerk's area in the criminal courts, then moved with Suzanne Henderson as a secretary position, then the county clerk's IT, and then at one point in time, you'll remember, some of y'all will remember, that we took the ITs from the various departments and put them all under the umbrella of IT, but they still ended up working in many cases, probably where they were and in the same area, and she did. She's still supporting the county clerk's office. Memorable moments. Whenever, we always have blood drives. Have a lot of blood drives. Well, Laura said, well, why don't we have a bone marrow deal? And so Suzanne said, okay, let's do that. Let's get that together. And she said there was this one gentleman that came through, and she said, I could just see that he was a little nervous about this, asked a whole lot of questions. And she says, don't worry about this. It's very unlikely that you'll match up, and we're just going to do the little test, and everything will be okay. 1 week later, this guy matched. And he was able to go in and really help someone and save someone's life. And he did it. So that was a special moment for her. Both of her parents retired from the county. Her father was with CSCD, and her mother was with the district clerk's office. So she's got county running through her. She said, I feel very blessed working for Tarrant County and the clerks. When I asked her this time what had happened over the last 5 years, she said, I can, again, hardly believe that I've been here that long. She says, I'm continuing to support the clerk's office, doesn't always get to interact with the client when they were visiting the office. Okay, now I'm reading ahead here, so now I got this one. She goes out every once in a while, and she will just observe and look at how to help with what's going on. So she goes out one day, and she's kind of looking over the shoulder of this individual, this employee, and somebody walks up, and he asks, okay, can I see your driver's license? And so she slips the driver's license under the counter, and the name on it was exactly the same as Laura's. And so he looks up and says, okay, is this a joke? Are we playing some sort of a game here? And no, it just happened to be someone who had exactly the same name, but Laura knew of the person because I guess this had happened maybe before, because this person had done a lot of taking pictures of firefighters and was pretty well known for that. And so that's just, one of those things in a moment that you just never think would happen, and it happened. We can't thank you enough, Laura, for your 30 years of service for Tarrant County. And I got a feeling that, you're going to be here for a lot longer, I hope, and, maybe you'll be one of those 40 or 45-year employees one of these days. Next is Charles Brogdon. And Charles is our 35-year employee. Started in the jail when he was 21. Worked in the APHIS area, crime scenes, patrol, CID. He now works with the sheriff in the support staff area and social media area. My heart goes out to you on that social media stuff. Memorable moments. He said every time it comes up in a sheriff's elected, I'm a little nervous because you never know what's coming next. Now, we like, very good job, Sheriff, but I'm just saying everybody gets a little nervous when their elected official is running for office. I think you were actually a part of the creation of the crime scene area group, right? I thought that's right. He's been to the FBI Academy for an advanced fingerprint course. He said, what I like most is the stability and the family atmosphere of working with the county. When I talked with him 5 years ago, he had been promoted to lieutenant. He had had a son that had graduated from high school, and he was in the Army at that time, Fort Carson in Colorado. And still, he said Charles said, I really enjoy being a part of Tarrant County. When I talked with him this time, his son had retired from the Army and is now working for the sheriff's office in the booking area. His wife had worked in the sheriff's office, left for a little bit, and came back to the sheriff's office, I guess, this year.
It was a few years ago, but she's back home now.
Okay, time out for sports. What I just said, what I said when I talked to him this time, that's when I talked with him 5 years ago, because I didn't go to the second page. And basically what the second page says is he's the lieutenant over the criminal and crime scene investigation area. And basically he started, now he's reorganized the whole unit, I guess, in this particular time. He's got his son is a patrol deputy working the midnight shifts. And he's been with the county for 7 years. And he said basically he comes to work every day and just loves what he has an opportunity to do. Charles, 35 years. Thank you. That's 790 years of service. So for you 5 years, if you haven't figured out yet that you're going to be with us for a while, it won't take much longer. It's a great place to work. We've got people who are dedicated to serving the county and serving the citizens regardless of where they may be. I tell the story many times of the fact that one time when I was talking with one of the sheriff's office's people, they reminded me that more than 90% of the people in our jails have not been found guilty yet. And so don't make assumptions that may not be true. And treat them with respect, and 9 times out of 10, they'll treat you with respect. And I think that statement, and I've heard it more than once, really speaks volumes about the way our employees approach the jobs that they do. They're not just, treating folks that are coming in for tags or for, a birth certificate or something along that type of lines. They're showing that respect and that professionalism to everybody that they come in contact with. And I thank all of y'all very, very much for the way you represent Tarrant County day in and day out for, at least for this group, 790 years. Thank y'all. Refreshments 504-6. Y'all like a brief recess since we've been doing this for, somebody said an hour and a half. I think we hit that pretty easily. Wait a minute, I'll move that we receive and file.
Second.
Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Board members, you have before you the consent agenda.
Move approval.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion, a second, to approve the consent agenda. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Manius?
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the court, before we go into our section, I just have one additional agenda announcement. Get to human resources on the personnel agenda. We're going to take that up after closed. We have some corrections we want to make on that document. So we'll take the personnel agenda up after closed today. Members of the court, we can now go to the administrator's section. On item number 1, we're requesting that the Commissioners Court receive and file the reports dated October 3rd and October 10th as it relates to Tarrant County's COVID-19 recovery.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Members of the court, we can go to item number 2. We're requesting that the court consider 2 actions on this. On item A, the approval of any changes to the fiscal recovery funds budget. There are none, so we will not take any action on that. On item B, we're requesting that the Commissioners Court receive and file the agenda items that are listed in attachment A to that court communication. These are items that we will be considering as we go through the agenda today that are funded by ARPA.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
So, member of the court, we have several different contracts as it related to ARPA funding. The first, on item number 3, we're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve subrecipient agreements with the Community Food Bank, Inc. and United Way of Tarrant County as it relates to the county's call for proposals as community programs. That's all part of the ARPA program.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Members of the court, we can go to item number 4. This again are some additional contracts. These actually are the ones that were brought to us by the Housing Finance Corporation and requested ARPA-related funding. We're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve amendments to subrecipient agreements for Arlington Life Shelter, Family Pathfinders of Tarrant County, which we talked about today, a Grapevine Relief and Community Exchange, Presbyterian Night Shelter, and Recovery Resource Council.
Move approval.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
So, members, on item number 5, this is something a little bit different that we have not brought to court before in a long time. We're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve and confirm the determination that the design build contract method of project delivery for the proposed Bentley Bridge Drive project is appropriate for the county and to direct the Tarrant County Purchasing Department to pursue the development of the project utilizing the design build contract method and the related procurement processes of the appropriate provisions of Chapter 2269 of the Texas Government Code. Further, we're requesting that the court approve the issuance and the proposed request for qualifications and proposals for the project and direct the Purchasing Department to publish the RFP/RFQ as required by law. And then we're going to ask that you make certain findings. Let me explain this first. Normally, we do not use the design build concept whenever we construct roads, but because of the major developments that we're seeing in the southwestern part of the county, and in coordination with activities that TxDOT is going to be doing, building bridges across I-20, and we are going to ask that you do this. It's going to expedite the timing of this particular item, and we have worked with transportation and the district attorney's office, and we believe that, and extensively, and we believe that this is the proper method in which to use. Therefore, we're asking you to make the findings of appropriateness as required by the government code. And those findings are that the project is capable of clear definition, The time constraints for the project are not adverse to the completion of a successful project. The county has capability and resources to ensure that the design build process will provide a comprehensive procurement. The county has the capability to manage and oversee the project in light of the experience of county personnel and the experience of outside consultants, representatives that have been retained to represent the county throughout the design build process. One very important department that I left out that we've been working extensively with is purchasing on this. This has been a large team approach on bringing this project forward. And with that, we're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve our request.
I'll move approval with a question.
Yes,
I'll second it.
What county department? Is it transportation that's going to oversee the?
For the construction?
Yeah.
Yes, when you get to the transportation section, we're also going to be engaging Pacheco Couch as the engineering firm to serve as the owner's representative on this.
Okay.
And so I believe that we've structured this to the point that we have all of our bases covered.
And this will be coming out of our transportation bond project.
It will. The funding, it's my understanding, is that it'll come from discretionary funds, both the county judge and Commissioner Brooks.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? There's a lot of activity going on in this area, and we think this will help incentivize or potentially incentivize selection. We've had 2 or 3 companies look at it. We've talked about the road being built, but we haven't moved forward, and I think this will show potential businesses that we're serious about doing that in that particular area. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
So, members of the court, item 6 is related to item number 5. We're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve a donation agreement between Tarrant County and Walsh Ranches Limited Partnership for engineering plans related to the design of Bentley Bridge Drive. This is work that Walsh Ranch Limited Partnership has done through an engineering firm. The estimated value of this donation is $168,000.
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Members of the Court, I'm going to have Ms. South do item number 7, but before she comes up, I'm going to do item number 8 real quick. Item number 8, still organized here. This is the holiday schedule for the county for the 2022 holiday season. We have attached that schedule, proposed schedule, to your court communication. Staff is recommending approval.
Move approval.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
And as I said, Ms. South is going to do item number 7.
Good morning.
Good morning, Megan.
So the request before you this morning is an approval for amendment number 2 to the Fort Worth Tax Increment Financing Zone number 9. This is the TRV, or Trinity River Vision TIF. So just for some brief history, this TIF was originally approved for county participation back in 2007 for an initial 20-year period, with the county and the hospital district both participating at 80%. At that time, project costs were anticipated to be $435 million, with half of those costs expected to be funded from federal sources and the remainder from TRWD, local entities, and the TIF. In 2009, in an effort to achieve a number of goals related to this project, including enhanced flood protection and valley storage, transportation improvements, ecosystem restoration, and neighborhood connectivity, the City of Fort Worth expanded the boundaries of this TIF and extended the term to 40 years. And in 2010, the Commissioners Court approved this amendment. In 2018, TRWD held a bond election that authorized $250 million to be issued in support of the project. And it is proposed that that debt service associated with the TRWD bonds be reimbursed by the TIF. In order to ensure that sufficient funding for all current TIF obligations and the proposed TRWD bond issuance is necessary to extend the term of the TIF an additional 10 years out to 2054, or the date on which all project costs, tax increment bonds, and interest on those bonds and all other obligations have been paid in full. So the overall project cost is now estimated to be $1.6 billion. Total TIF funding with the modifications is currently estimated at over $728 million for all participating entities. And Tarrant County's contribution over the 50-year lifetime of the TIF is estimated at around $127 million, with the hospital districts estimated approximately $123 million. This extension will enable the zone to generate sufficient revenues to cover all current TIF obligations and the proposed TRWD bond issuance. So with that information, I would ask for approval of amendment number 2.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thanks, Megan.
Before we move to the next item, and I really meant to do this right after we came back in, Mary Louise mentioned a new service that the county clerk's office is beginning, and I'd like for her to come up and speak a little bit to that. We let Rita get out of the room.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you for letting me pop in. So we just had TAC come by and give us our recognition for our awards. So I want to put together a quick story to let you know what we're doing and moving forward with the Tarrant County Clerk's Office. In 2020, during the pandemic, we set up the video kiosk marriage license when we couldn't have people come in, but the District Attorney, David Hudson, says you have to perform those services. Our contiguous counties closed down, but David Hudson gave us advice and said, figure out a way. ITD helped us do that. In 2020, we received a TAC award for that. Fast forward, 87th Legislature, SB 907 came out and it made remote marriage licenses legal in the state of Texas. So it just passed. So in Tarrant County, we were the first ones to come up with that kiosk and be recognized in 2020. Fast forward to 2022 with the new law that's on the books, we are the first certified in the state of Texas, the Tarrant County Clerk's Office, to offer remote marriage licensing to people around the country. We decided to take this to the next level and go and speak to the local military bases. And our messaging and our marketing for this is you don't have to ask for leave off. You can be in the comfort of your home. You could be at your military base, and you can get a marriage license in Texas from the Tarrant County Clerk's Office. It kicks off Monday. It was a fast and furious pace. We waited for the OCA to give us the rules, the guidelines, and once we did that, we were the first ones. We are looking to serve military servicemen and women and people that do not want to make the trip here to get our marriage license. So thank you again, ITD, with their ability to be nimble with us and make this happen. So thank you, Judge Whitley. It's a great connection to an award, to a law, and now a service we provide. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Your Honor, on the criminal district attorney's item, this is an item that we had to remove from consent because we have an audience participation. I'll lay this out. We're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve a settlement agreement and full, final, and complete release signed by the plaintiffs for claims made against Tarrant County and authorize the release of the settlement checks without first appearing on the claims register. This is a case which is styled Tarrant County filed by Betsy Stewart and styled Betsy Stewart v. Tarrant County.
I believe we have audience participation on this. Ms. Cockrell.
Hi, Judge Whitley. I didn't realize this was an item, so I wasn't really quite paying attention. So, $400,000 is what this is costing the taxpayers. Attorneys are going to get a lot of that. And the family that lost their loved one is going to get something. But the problem really started back in the jail that I've spoken about before. This is my second appearance about the jail problem. And I bring forward the fact that we've lost 2 more in the last 4 weeks from the fentanyl, and that we need to address our jail situation. I've offered my services, not that I have any, but I would love to be a part of a community of citizens that we go in, just have other eyes looking on this situation, on how it would feel as a mother to have your son die in jail because they did not get the services they needed. And we can say we've got the best jail in the world, and I've heard you say it. And I'm sure we have some really good services there. But I want to point out a few things about my friend Manuel Mata. He was in jail for 22 days at $95 a day. That's $2,090 we paid for a person who was not violent to be in jail because he didn't have the money for bond. He's now in jail again for videoing police officers. I've had a lot of attorneys call and say, hey, I want this case. I can help you out with this case because it's an illegal arrest. And again, he doesn't have the $2,000 for bond, and he's been in jail for 8 days, and that's $760. So maybe we just let him out so he can go about his day and stop charging us all this money. I need the DA to work with the magistrates to get these bonds set low. First, assess, does anybody have a penny to pay for these bonds? If they're not
Ms. Cocker,
legal.
I'm going to let you go ahead and continue.
Yeah, but it has
But you
to...
need to stay on the particular
And the
case.
topic has to do with the fact that had this man been out of jail and the family could have taken care of him, he could possibly be alive today. And it's that I think we're not assessing who we're putting in. And that is Sheriff Wayborn's job. It's $400,000, $3,000 now for Manuel. How many others are in there that don't have a penny and the families don't have a penny to pay these things? And also the commissary worker who sold those fentanyl pills are our employees because we hired the contractor who owned them. Thank you, Judge. Appreciate your time. And commissioners.
Staff is recommending approval of the settlement agreement.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Ms. Glenn?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have several items for the court this morning. As Mr. Manius indicated, we'll come back to the personnel agenda after closed session. So the next item is a request for a waiver from Precinct 4. Commissioner Johnson's operations supervisor retired at the end of September. He has named a replacement and is ready to move forward. Therefore, we're requesting a waiver of 310 vacation hours effective October 12th. We are looking at net savings to Road and Bridge of approximately $12,388 and some change.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
So the next item, again, is a request for a waiver as well as a double fill for the 213th District Court. As explained in your court communique, the court coordinator for the court is retiring at the end of year, and that individual will have 320 vacation hours. The judge has named that individual's replacement, and as a result, again, is requesting a double fill as well as a waiver. So the waiver would be for the 320 vacation hours, and the double fill would run from October the 25th through the end of the year. That is a little bit longer than typically departments request double fills. The reason for this request in particular is that the incoming incumbent will have to learn TechShare, and so that's part of the reason for the request for a little bit longer of a double fill. So the total for both items, the double fill as well as the waiver, it's approximately $30,559 and some change, and that would be a cost to the general fund.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Judge, before you take that vote, we're not getting video for Commissioner Johnson, and by statute, he's considered absent, and we cannot see him.
I can't hear what he's saying.
He says we can't see you, so we can't hear you.
So he cannot second while he's considered absent.
Can you turn on your camera, or is that, I know y'all are having some technical problems this morning.
We're working on it. Just a minute.
Hey, there he is.
How's that?
So now we have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, sir. So our next item is item 4. We're asking the court to approve an out-of-class pay extension. This is for the Criminal District Attorney's Office. This will be the third extension, if approved. This is related to an individual who's assumed duties of an executive assistant. And it is Ms. Wilson's wish, her desire, to have the incoming criminal district attorney actually select the regular, or what we call permanent, replacement. There is a very minimal cost to this extension. Is less than, bless you. It's less than $1,000, and that cost will be offset completely by salary savings.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
So we're going to tag team our last two, bless you, our last two items. So Ms. Ramnarun will handle item 5, and Ms. Johnson will handle item 6. And as Ange steps forward, I want to announce publicly that she assumes the role of Assistant Director. Ms. Ramnarun does today.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Ann.
Thank you, thank you. Sorry? I'm trying not to. Simultaneously happy and sad day, of course. Sad that Robin has retired, but happy for her that she has retired, and that looking forward to the new role.
You know, I didn't make it down there yesterday. Did she actually get that office totally clean?
It's pretty clean. It's pretty clean.
So you could see the desk
There's
as well
desk,
as the floor.
there's floor, there's book.
All that exists.
Cases, it's all there. She did good. Just a real brief revision to the quarantine and isolation policy. You may recall during the last legislative session, they required us to put into place a quarantine and isolation leave policy. This is for peace officers, detention officers, and EMTs. If they are exposed to a communicable disease while on duty, obviously the most well-known one right now being COVID. And so if they are quarantined or isolated as a result of that exposure, they are entitled to quarantine and isolation leave. So we have just added a couple of clarifying definitions, namely what the definitions of quarantine and isolation are. That's important. We have also then added that additional review from public health is required if the leave extends past 80 hours. 10 days is the normal period for isolation and quarantine related to COVID, and we want to just make sure that we have that second step if it extends longer than that.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Good almost afternoon, almost afternoon. So today we're going to be asking the court to approve policy guidelines for the employee compliance training program. The court may recall that in December of 2021, the court approved the adoption of Tarrant County's employment compliance program, which it requires all employees to complete an annual series of online training. The purpose of this training was to ensure, or is to ensure, the awareness of workplace rules as well as the expectation for compliance. The training requirement applies to all elected officials, regular full-time employees, and temporary employees, and is based on job role. The court also authorized HR to purchase training content and directed us to work with the CDA's office, as well as information technology regarding the vetting and policy governance, as well as training deployment for this particular training. Just to go over a few of the requirements, the employee compliance training program basically requires all existing employees and new hires to complete the training. And so going forward, the training will be deployed annually in October. New hires will complete their training as a part of their onboarding process. Employees on leave will complete their training once their leave has ended. As far as the course content review process, course content will be reviewed and approved by HR annually and updated to reflect new statutory and regulatory requirements, as well as any organizational changes that have occurred. Courses are subject to change, but core content will always align with current employment law. And so basically that just means that we will always have, say for instance, a harassment training, but it may not be the same exact harassment training year after year. Other related coursework may supplement an employee's learning, but may not substitute for the countywide online training. For satisfactory completion, non-supervisory employees will still have 30 days to complete their 5 courses. Supervisors will have 90 days to complete their 10-course library. Employees must view each course, so we don't want the employees to click through a course without actually viewing it. They must take all applicable quizzes and post-exams and receive a passing score of 80 or above. Courses are self-paced, so they can repeat courses as often as necessary, retake the quizzes without any penalty. Regarding the access to courses, training will automatically be assigned to an employee's My Learning page through the LMS, and the courses can actually be launched through the LMS, very similar to Darren May's security training that was rolled out to employees earlier in the year. Lastly, in the guidelines, we have included some important reminders for county employees regarding when they can access and complete the county-sponsored training, and it's based upon their exempt or non-exempt status. So county-sponsored training, we know, is a compensable work activity and should be completed completed in accordance with the Fair Labor Standards Act. Employees will sign an acknowledgement statement that reinforces that guideline and that requirement. Something similar to non-exempt employees, they will sign something that says, I understand that all training activities must be conducted during my regular 40-hour work week. I understand that I'm not authorized to access any training during non-working hours. And also, I understand that all time spent in training is considered time worked. For exempt employees, they will be able to access the system and training 24 hours a day, as long as they can access the LMS. For tracking of progress, county departments will be responsible for monitoring the progress of their employees and new hires, ensuring that they successfully complete the training within the established timelines. Human Resources will continue to coordinate with information technology and provide reports to the departments. Department heads will receive a monthly report, really 2 monthly reports. One will be for employee completion, the other will be for past due training. Supervisors will still be able to generate their own progress reports through the LMS for their teams. For non-compliance, so as with any requirement, there must be some consequence for non-compliance. Keeping in mind that our primary goal is that we want the employee to complete the training, thereby protecting themselves and protecting our organization. So failure to complete required training will result in the following disciplinary action. For non-compliance after the first 30 days, keeping in mind that if an employee does not complete the required training within their established time frame, they will automatically receive a 30-day extension to be able to complete that training. If the employee fails to complete training after the 30-day extension, they will receive a verbal reprimand. And the manager will counsel them and establish a plan for them to complete training within the next 30 days. Non-compliance after 60 days. Very similar, department heads are notified, the employee receives a first-level disciplinary action, manager counsels, they update the plan for completion, and then non-compliance is reflected in the employee's performance appraisal. So finally, non-compliance after 90 days. Again, the department head is notified, the employee receives a second-level disciplinary action. Manager counsels, the plan for completing training is updated, it's reflected in their appraisal. For continued failure to comply with required training after 90 days, this will result in the supervisor also receiving a disciplinary action. Modeling after the protocols already established by information security, continue to failure to complete training will result in the employee's loss of computer access. The employee must then contact information security to regain access. If not resolved, non-compliance status will be reported to the Commissioner's Court. So today we are asking the court to approve the Employee Compliance Training Program guidelines as we've discussed. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. I also want to give a special thank you to Leslie Hunt from the DA's office, who has worked very closely with us having to figure out our policy guidelines, and also David Petrecha from Information Technology, who's worked very closely with us on this.
Move for approval.
Second. Discussion?
For the rank and file employee, this is a 5-course module,
Yes.
and these modules take how long to complete?
So for the 5 courses, the total time is 1 hour and 45 minutes, and they have 30 days.
An hour and 45 minutes for the entire 5?
For the entire 5. Now,
And
they
for
can, of course, take a little
supervisors
bit
and
longer.
above, it's 10 courses.
Yes, and that's 3 hours and a little under 20 minutes.
And this has to be repeated annually.
Yes. Now, that does not mean that the exact same classes are going to be repeated. Once we actually go through the full year, we'll deploy it to all full-time regular employees in October, and then our hire-ins from that point will always have this core content. But from year to year, we may have a smaller number of trainings because we won't have to repeat some of this core content.
Is this mandated by the state or the feds?
Terrence, the Commissioner's Court approved it, so it's mandated by the court.
The court approved it
Required by
last
the
year,
court.
and then we developed it over the.
And we needed to establish the policy and framework for it. We also needed to wait until we rolled out the LMS, and IT has done that for us. And in many ways, we modeled that 2-year pilot, e-learning pilot that we used. We modeled that program. We also modeled information securities program and how they rolled it out. You might remember that with the pilot, we had over 20 departments, large departments, that participated in this particular program. So we had the Sheriff's Department, we had tax, we had county clerk, public health, HR. So we've tested it to make sure that this was not burdensome to employees, that it's doable. It's 5 courses, an hour and 45 minutes.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
We have, I have about 32, 33 maintenance center employees. There may be 3, 4 that have access to a computer and have a computer. The rest of them, the guys that are out there laying asphalt, doing their work, they have no access to a computer, nor do we have a computer for them at our location. So how are we gonna solve that? Are you gonna bring in some laptops, which would be, I guess, my suggestion. And then my maintenance supervisor figures that when it really comes down to it, you're gonna do about 1 a day on scheduling, so is 30 days, 30 work days, 30 calendar days?
It's gonna be 30 working days.
Because what you said is that for the non-exempt, they're going to have to do it during normal working hours.
But also keep in mind, we've had a number of conversations with the precincts, because the precincts, precinct 1, I believe, participated in the pilot. But we've had some conversations with information technology. We're also, as you know, we're getting ready to roll out safety training for the precincts. And so moving forward, employees can access the training as long as they can access the LMS. They can do it from their smartphones. And we talked about the fact that the precinct, the road crews, they've got smartphones. They can access a 15-minute training on their phone in the office if that's, if that's the option. And so we are really trying to move training to a place where all employees can access it. We've had employees take training from their crew trucks. They're participating in training. So the way that we deliver training is completely different. They don't necessarily have to be.
So they're out on a job and they're working on it in their crew truck, and they run into they're ready to, the other 95% of the group that's working is ready to move on to another location, but we can't move because we got this guy working on this.
Yeah, the precincts are going to have to, they're going to schedule when their employees take the training. So it won't be a haphazard type
And you're
situation.
suggesting they all use their iPhone?
I'm saying they can use the computers in the office, but they have the flexibility to use
We
it.
don't have computers in our offices. That's what I'm saying. They're all being utilized. I don't have an extra one sitting over here that somebody can use.
Precinct 1 has a pool computer that employees can use.
We don't have that.
Ask for it.
Well, that's what I'm doing. I want a laptop.
Well, I'm certainly supportive of this, but I hear Commissioner Figgis' concerns. Obviously, we have team members in our road and bridge crews that don't have individual computers assigned to them, so that would create some logistics we need to figure out to make sure that they have the opportunity to complete the training within the time that's allowed. And to that end, in the draft policy guidelines, it states effective October 2022, but it doesn't have a date. So will we be clarifying what that date is? Because we'd be judging the 30 days and the 60 days. Yes, the 30 days and the 60 days off of that date.
Yes, we wanted to wait until after the court reviewed the guidelines. We've been working on this for nearly a year.
Yep.
And we know that going forward, whether it's the precincts or public health, that the way that we're going to deliver training will look different. It will be more advanced. It will not be always a paper pencil. But we will make sure that employees have access to be able to complete the training. And we'll just have to work with information technology. We'll learn a lot about this process, but we will make sure everybody has the ability to complete the training.
Does Mr. I4 over here, you got a laptop you can get me?
We can find one, sir.
And what I would hope that we could do is maybe find 10 or 15 that we could move into a precinct and leave it there for several days to give everybody an opportunity to be able to access and to feel like they can do that without any problems.
So
It may break up the domino game in the morning, but that's all right.
So can we start this November 1?
Well, I also have some concerns about the 30 days and versus just change that, do away with the 30 days, give them 60 days to do it instead of the 30. Just make it 60. And I think we'll all have less problems moving forward.
Do you mean all employees have 60 days?
Well, your
Or
regular
just
employees that require the 5 course, 3 hour.
Well, keep in mind, they really are getting,
Huh?
they are getting the 30 days. And if they aren't able to complete it within the 30 days,
Right.
they get an additional 30 days
I know,
without
and
penalty.
what I'm saying is, let's just make it 60 days. Instead of playing this, oh, well, I didn't quite get it finished, and I gotta go get permission. I gotta go get my, to go to 60 days. Just make it 60 days.
You don't have to get a waiver, do you? Doesn't it automatically occur?
It automatically
Here's my
happens.
concern is that there's some of us that wait till I'm deadline oriented. The 15th of every month used to be my deadline. So I mean, there needs to be some, if we're giving them a window, they need to understand, okay, you've got one window, you gotta get it done. And so what would happen if we did it 60 days and somebody waits till the last minute and then they don't get it done? What's the next step that happens?
They get disciplined.
They get a disciplinary action.
Okay.
Which is not our intent. We want them to be able to complete the training.
So what we might suggest, regardless if we do the 30 or the 60, and we'll follow whatever, obviously we'll follow what the court wants. We'd probably want to start this November 1st. That'll give us a couple of weeks to get the machinery in, the computers in, so that there's not a question.
And how long do the supervisors have to finish theirs?
90 days.
They have 90 days.
As long as it's past 81 days, I'm okay. Not that I'm counting, but 81 days is fine.
So the preference on the court as far as the 30 versus the 60, if we do what HR has recommended, you get 30 days and then an automatic 30-day extension. I believe what Commissioner Fickus is recommending is that we don't do that, we just say within the first 60 days.
I could defer to Commissioner Fickus without much problem, though I do think having the 30-day and then the extension puts some urgency into the doing of the task. But if you would prefer 60, I can go along with that.
Okay, so then Commissioner Fickus, are you suggesting that it's the 60 days, and then if they don't complete it in the 60 days, then you move into the non-compliance? Okay.
They get the same, they'll get a disciplinary at 60 days if they hadn't finished it.
Okay. So then I had already made a motion. I can't remember who seconded it, but so, okay. So I'll withdraw my motion, or amend it rather.
And if I need a laptop, we're gonna get laptops, correct?
Start at November 1st so that we can.
You
make
got
sure.
3 or 4 out there now.
I don't.
Okay,
Are you
so
sure?
I'm gonna amend my motion. So I'm gonna move that we make it effective November 1. Is that an actual, what day of the week is that? Okay, so Tuesday, November 1. And then we, in terms of the progressive discipline, then we'd start it at, instead of the 30-day mark, we'd start at the 60-day mark. Okay.
Well, it won't be progressive discipline, because under the old deal, at 30 days, you just simply got another 30 days.
Yes. But then there were consequences after 60 and then 90, so it was progressive discipline.
Okay, but so with this one, though, I think what we're saying is at 60 days, if you hadn't finished, you're going straight to a discipline deal. It's not gonna be progressive anymore. You're going from,
First level discipline.
it's gonna be a first level discipline at the end of that. At 61, if you hadn't got it done, it's gonna be first level discipline.
So you lose that benefit of that verbal.
Reminder.
Okay.
I guess the other department that I think is gonna have some potential problems, well, maybe you, but I would guess that most of your people are sitting in front of a computer.
They are, yes, sir, but they are serving the public, and
Well, I understand what you're saying, but at least they have a computer. It could be during lunch, it could be whatever, but maybe it could be during lunch. The sheriff is the other one, can't be during
No.
lunch.
Not for non-exempt employees. It has to be during
And
work
that's
hours.
because we have said in civil service that they get that hour of lunch off. Because I listened to somebody talk the other day, and, basically, I guess they don't have to be given lunch, but if they don't give them lunch, then you've got an 8-hour day versus a 9-hour day at that point in time.
Yeah, the training would need to be scheduled during work hours and not during breaks or lunchtime.
And what's your time of operation? Wendy, what's your time of operation?
we have them coming in at 7:50 now to prepare their drawer to serve the public, and leaving now 10 minutes early because they're arriving 10 minutes before.
So your hours of operation are 8 to 4?
Age 4:30. And not everyone has a computer, actually, because we have part-timers that do not have computers. But we do
But you have computers beyond just those at the counters.
one person, one device.
Okay. You'll just have to you're gonna have to work that out. Sheriff, I'm assuming that could be a little problematic for you and the jailers?
Could be, we'll wrestle through it.
Okay, okay. I'm looking at the compliance library, and again, having just come back from a thing, I like the active shooter and the workplace security. Have we ever thought about doing something regarding Stop the Bleed?
It's basically probably a 10 or 15-minute deal on if you do come across somebody who has been shot, wounded, been in an accident, there's something you can do that can basically stop the bleed and save the person's life.
We actually, let me look into that because we do have courses that are not a part of the compliance core content, but we do have courses that are safety related that will be just available to employees in the LMS to take at will.
There was a talk again at last week's conference about one, active shooter, and two, about stop the bleed. And I would really not only like for us to have a course on this, but for us to look into buying all of the necessary packets or pouches to put the stop the bleed pouches throughout the county. They're about $50 or $60 each, and I just think we need to do that.
Agreed.
We'll talk with budget risk on that also.
Okay, so I've amended my motion.
And I'll second it.
Okay.
Is there any other discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, here we go. How many you got today, Melissa?
I'm Melissa.
Good morning, good afternoon.
Hello, Melissa.
We have 10.
A bunch of them, Melissa.
I do. I promise next week will be better. But we missed a week, so that's why we have 10. The first item is an award recommendation regarding RFP number 2022-127. This is a professional services for SAP onboarding and offboarding for information technology with and PAG in the amount of $154,000.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Melissa, before you continue, is anyone opposed to considering items 2 through 9 in block?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second.
That's my motion.
GK is just distraught.
She's going to do my section next week.
We agreed.
Nice try.
We agreed this morning in the purchasing board meeting, but I'll do his next time.
Please vote.
Throw Tina in there.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Let me ask
Item
you,
10.
have the RFPs gone out now on the,
That was item number 10. We were requesting permission to bid the RFP for the Bentley Bridge Drive project. So that RFP, we're finalizing it as we speak. We'll have it ready to advertise and post on Friday.
okay. And then the voluntary benefits, those are out and they
Yes,
have,
I think those are due on the 20th.
they're coming back in on the 20th?
Yeah, 20th.
Got the thumbs up back there,
Yep.
so.
So I
Very good.
move approval of item 10.
Oh, because you just did 1 through 9, didn't you?
Yeah. I didn't know
2 through
exactly.
9.
Yeah, 2 through 9. So we still need.
So
Okay.
item 10, I'll
Yeah.
second.
That's the permission to move forward with a request for qualifications, request for proposals for design, build, construction of Bentley Bridge Drive.
Yeah, because we would have been distraught had you. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Transportation. And we got this Bentley Bridge all over the place.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon,
Judge,
Randy.
Commissioners. We are requesting the court's approval of a professional services agreement with Pacheco Consulting Engineers related to the Bentley Bridge Drive improvements that you've already taken action on.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion to second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Johnson, you have some interlocal agreements.
I have 4 interlocal agreements. Item 10M1A through H, I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion to second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Appointments today. I would like to reappoint Moji Haddad to the NTTA board.
Second.
We have a motion to second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Court members, you have before you the claims, including the addendum.
Move approval of the claims, including the addendum.
Second.
We have a motion to second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Briefing items, Mr. Manius?
Thank you, Your Honor. We have one very brief briefing item. This is Mr. Tenaza, and he'll be presenting the emerging health issues.
Tell us the time, Vinny. Tell us the time.
Vinny.
It's 12:35, so it's quick time.
Don't bill that clock.
Yes, sir. All right, good afternoon. And
Vinny.
quick update. COVID hit a minor bump on the way down. We turned back up to medium. We were at a low last week. And it's really just the hospitalizations ticked up a little bit, so there's a little hook on that graph. I think we're still in a downtrend, so hopefully everything will resume and we'll go back to low. If you look at the rest of the country, there's some activity, especially where cooler weather has set in. We're seeing that overseas also. UK's got a pretty big surge going on. France, Germany picked up a little bit. But we're okay. We're heading lower. So that's the update on COVID. It's a good time to get a booster shot. And again, this booster that came out, different than the others. It has bivalent, so it's got the Omicron strain included. That's what's been causing problems all year. So let's get that booster shot in. So that's all on COVID. Real quick, monkeypox has stabilized in the county, and we're sort of leveling off. Our vaccination efforts are now normalized into our brick and mortar clinics. So anybody who needs a monkeypox vaccine, there's some eligibility criteria, but the vaccine's available. So things are stable. Even nationally, it's kind of leveled off and starting to decline. And then final update, just putting this on your radar, there's a new outbreak of Ebola in Uganda. Pretty deadly. This is actually Ebola Sudan species, so very different than what we saw earlier, Ebola Zaire species. There's been about 44 cases reported. It's kind of a small outbreak, but deadly. There's been 10 confirmed deaths, 20 suspected, so if you take all of that in, about 70% mortality rate. And the bad news is that the vaccine that we had against Ebola is not going to work against this one because it's a different species of the virus. The treatment, remdesivir, FDA saying currently we don't know if it's going to work. So it's all kind of bad news there. But luckily, nothing here in the U.S. Traveler monitoring has started. And again, the big 5 funneling airports, DFW is not on the list. There's no direct flights. But if there's travelers with final destinations in DFW or Tarrant County, of course, the respective health departments will be monitoring that. And then just a final reminder, flu season's upon us. And it's starting with a rough start. A lot of activity starting to pick up. So just a reminder, get your flu shot as well. That's all I have.
Thank you, Vinny.
Thank you, Vinny.
Keep an eye on that Ebola situation for us, please.
We have 2 public comments. First, Mr. Bennett.
Good morning, Judge Whitley.
Good morning.
Commissioners. Good afternoon. A couple weeks ago, you took a vote on the Sheriff's Department Security Services over at the Tarrant Appraisal District. And I knew back in 2018, I was concerned about the revolving door for all the peace officers. There was over 18 providing services at TAD in 2018. And even Mr. Wayborn, second in command, wasn't really sure that that's what they were doing. So then I think then there was this agreement to provide one and one only. So every time we walk in the door, at least we know who's providing the service in terms of their name. Well, I want to thank Mr. Brooks, Commissioner Brooks, and Commissioner Allen for voting no to provide that service contract to the Sheriff's Department. I think it is not a county, even though you do pay into their budget, as do 73 other entities, or 72 others. So I want to thank you for voting no. And there were some comments made. One was about the capacity of the building. To my knowledge, there's never been a label on that building for capacity, even today. So to say that the building has a limit to the number of people that can go into a meeting is really somewhat disingenuous, because no one wanted to go into the meeting and wanted to stand in the lobby. Now, when Mr. Jared Miller fell and was not provided assistance to pick him up by the Sheriff's Department employee whom you just did a $120,000 contract, I'm sure that same person's still going to be there the following year. And the additional services provided by the Sheriff's Department, you could hear them on video saying, you didn't push him, you didn't push him, you didn't push him. Well, it was an empty lobby. And then you made a comment, something about the fire marshal. Well, the fire marshal was there on August 12th, but not on the 30th of June. There was an empty lobby, and the lobby for the ARB was empty. And I've been in that building, for those of you that actually do go over there, so where there's probably 100, 150 people in that lobby when they're trying to file their ARB or trying to negotiate an informal settlement with the TAD employees. So on June 30th, when Mr. Miller fell, it was empty. Now I know there was some elected officials there, such as Mayor Halsey of Haslett, Mr. Dodson of Colleyville, Desiree Thomas of Mansfield ISD, and they were all being civil, and all the ones that needed assistance through ADA, who was made to stand outside, were not given aid or opportunity to go to the bathroom. So your fire marshal wasn't there that day, Judge Whitley, but he was there on the 12th of August. So I just want to set the record straight in support of my friend back here, Levon. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Levon Cockrell, please come forward.
Hi again, Judge, Commissioners. This is just to do my second appearance about that Jeep and the woman with the blonde hair and the tattoo that took my picture. I had come down to the Sheriff's Department bringing Manuel to get some of his CDs that he needed to pick up for his case. And so I truly feel that we were followed. I don't know what supervisor told her to follow us. I did notice a female sheriff back here with a tattooed arm and blonde hair, took her name. But then GK and I have missed communicating with each other until we got information today. He does tell me that he is not allowed to tell me who owns his car, but that I can get the VIN number and then try and track down who owns this car and why they would want to take my picture. He also said that he feels very sure that this was not an employee that owns this vehicle, and that it is not a relative of an employee that owns this vehicle. So I don't know if you'd talked with GK about this or not, but that's comforting to me, and I wish he'd told me this 2 weeks ago, and I would have figured out another route. I am going to keep working on this, and I'll keep telling you, what I find out, because it's odd behavior. It's frightening behavior. If somebody hadn't been teaching, if I hadn't taught gang members of Pascal for so long, 38 people in a classroom. And then this, that's about all I want to say about that. But I do want to say one thing about you acknowledging these employees. I loved sitting through that. And you talking about your employees and talking with them over 30 years. And I taught school for 31 years, and that just never happened. And I thought, that school district needs to pick up this nice thing that you do. Anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay, that's the end of our normal agenda, so we will recess our open meeting to proceed to close, to discuss items exempted under section 551.071, 072, 074, 076, and 087 of the Texas Government Code.
session, I hope that we will now address the following matters. I'd like to see a blink from the, there you go, I like that blink.
We don't have clerks.
Yeah, well, they'll come. I bet they'll be here in a minute.
Where is the agenda for the Housing Finance Court?
Thank you, Natalie. Bless you.
Get ready, it's coming again.
Okay. Bless you.
Bless you.
I don't know where all this sneezing came from. It's usually my wife. She'll do 12 at a time.
I can do that too.
Move to receive and file the personnel agenda.
Second?
We have a motion to second to receive and file the personnel agenda. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
There being no further business, this meeting stands adjourned. And we will now pass it to Commissioner.
We've got to end this, I've got to report this separate from.
For me?
Do it.
JD, Commissioner Johnson, there's a different link for the next meeting, so I can record it. Is Sherry there or somebody there to help you with that?
Yes, I'm here. I'll load it for him.
Okay, thank you.